У меня тут, блин, музычка из Соньки играет, а там не играет. Я думаю, ну когда уже там музыка закончится? Ладно. Как хорошо. Так. Господи, как хорошо ногу-то почесать, а. Господи, прелесть какая. Какая прелесть. Всем советую. Так, о чем бишь? Ах, да, итак, приветствую вас, дамы и господа, и добро пожаловать на вечернюю трансляцию по финалке. 16-й финалке, о, боже мой. О, боже мой, как хорошо. О, прелестно. Так, здравствуйте, Драгонастер, здравствуйте, Алекс, здравствуйте, Алекс Даркс, здравствуйте, Косязов, здравствуйте, Май, здравствуйте, Шомбер, здравствуйте, Олег. Здравствуйте, все-все. Так. Это заряжается. Так. Вот. Это мы включили. Так, мы пердим или мы не пердим? Пердим ли мы или надо переподключиться? Надо ли нам переподключиться или мы все еще пердим? Проверяем раз-два. Едет на игру года. Смотри, что для вас игра года. Здравствуйте, Алексей. Здравствуйте, Елена. Так, ладно, видимо, мы не пердим. Поэтому подцепляемся. Оп. Геймпад! Я выбираю тебя. Здравствуйте, Комплект Контроль. Здравствуйте, Рандом. Нормально. Ну, надо уж проверять. Так, нужно мышу убрать. Сегодня дебильнейший из дней был. Ведь работы нет, сидишь, блин, носу ковыряешь, что жопу чешешь. Ненавижу такие дни. Нереально нахер. Грустно, противно и обидно. Ну, понимаешь, нахера ты еще на работу ходишь? Вот бы говорили, что Мишаня! 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 Сегодня будет работа. Мишаня, приходи. Приходи, Мишаня, будет работа. Такой, да! Я приду. Приходишь пораньше на работу. Часов где-нибудь 6:30, 7. Вот. И все делаешь спокойненько. Потом тебе говорят, что завтра, Мишаня, снова будет работа. Ты опять приходишь пораньше и делаешь все. Но когда нет работы, один день, второй день, третий день, неделю. Ты не понимаешь, нахера ты приходишь на работу? Тебе же за это не платят. За то, что ты просто вот так сидишь. Не платят? Не платят. Да я побомбил, поехали. Можешь играть в ВУ на работе. Ох, нихера себе. Я дико в этом сомневаюсь. Здесь какие-то еще ранга С. Вон что-то ранга С. Разрушитель миров. Геония, поскольку изучаем феномен. В разорительских развалинах был обнаружен некий гигант павших. Им бесчестно покидать пределы поселения, чтобы не потребовать отголосок без разрешения силы, никаких действий не предпринимать. Где это? Что мешает? Комп говна пирога. Привет, Судики. А то ж теряешь немного. И бананчиков штук 8. Думал, тебе на... Не, на работе рабочий комп. Я музыкальный слух, ну чуть-чуть есть такой, да. Я же спрашивал, есть это жужжание? Нету его, потому что оно может быть, а может и не быть. Исчезни! Вот так-то лучше. Опять ты, господи. О, сейчас по идее должно пропасть. Где быстро идти на работу, если нет работы? Нет, нужно написать заявление. Если ты не знаешь, есть работа или нет, как ты напишешь заявление? Здравствуйте, Джин.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto, any word on the royalist movement since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
Куда вебка делать? Мы делим один и тот же экран. Смотреть на себя, как я сижу напротив монитора и говорю с вами, чтобы при этом смотреть на себя. Ну, щадите меня. Я же буду просто сидеть себе и сам себе рожи строить на протяжении всей игры. То есть на какого хера?
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident visitor suggests that you picked up something more important.
Ну так, блин, интерфейс загруженный. Вебку некуда засунуть.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the royalists, he took them to his grave, as did his men, slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waluders must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map?
Ох, и чувствую, мы сейчас по топам побегаем. А погоди, а куда порчу делась?
The kingdom of Walud claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Walud shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands.
Здравствуйте,
So
Александр.
why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waloed standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot?
Вопрос только в том, как Муро сейчас распространяется. Он же не за одной точкой смотра идет.
In summary, I know not to what end the royalists betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw, especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
Ну что, теперь ходить всех радовать?
Clive. Quick look. Always something in there.
Ходи, теперь всех радуй. Сам не радостный, сам недовольный. Всех надо ходить, радовать, всем улыбаться. А чё всех-то, блин, кого? Харона Блэкторна порадовать, плюс этого Арфакрата? Всех. Ну, всех троих. Больше радовать никого не надо, все хорошо.
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh, my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is. The big baby.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Дети, конечно, бессердечные твари.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
С возрастом ты это понимаешь.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him with my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
Сюжет странно, конечно. Блин, сюжет писали люди 14-й финалки.
Ultima you met
Все
with
связано,
was the being
блин.
itself, or merely another projection of its power? I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Ученый радуется, что чувак, который бы чуть
Is
не
there
убил,
something I
сдох.
might assist you with, Clive? I have a few new notes that might interest you.
Нет, это не прикол FF14. Хотя, с другой стороны, на самом деле, практически любые действия могут... О, там был мужик без
How
жопы.
good it is to see you, Clive. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Лорд, командующий армией Валуда, сопровождаемый своего господина, когда тот отправится в форт Зернтира. И в части переговоров... Ага. Лорд, командующий армией королевства из-за неизменно холодного нрава и беспрекословно преданности господину, получил прозвище непоколебимый рыцарь. Похоже, король Варнава действительно во всем доверяет своему слуге, раз назначил его главой королевского рыцарского ордена, несмотря на юный возраст. Остается неясным, в какой мере Харбради поспособствовал спасению Хьюга Кубки из Розалитского замка. Ну как, какой? Непосредственный какой.
Did you learn everything you needed?
Тут как бы просто сюжет, в сюжете сюжет, а над сюжетом гигасюжет, а внутри гигасюжета гига-мега-сюжет. И ты такой, а, нихера себе.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders, then. Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though. Is it business
Женщина,
or
конечно,
pleasure?
как всегда. Усилитель.
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
Такой, ну сдох и сдох. Че мутить-то, да? Давно пора.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll try to live
Новым
up to the
сидом
name.
всех.
Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
Back, are ya? Saying Fordian, do you?
А, то есть ты можешь мне замутить усилитель +1.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Усилить, усилить, усилитель.
Best work, but it'll do. That it? Fine.
Ну, слушай, где ты мы такой меч уже увидел? Ты всем про кубку рассказываешь? Да, ходишь, хвастаешься. Мы убили кубку.
I'm telling you,
Молодец.
it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
Скажешь другому человеку, я убил кубку. Он такой, тоже, молодец. Так держать.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something?
Just spreading the word.
Кубку не убил, всего лишь победил. Ну как не убил?
So,
Убил.
Professor's got a soft side, has she?
Первый раз победил, второй раз
Never
убил.
guessed.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing.
А мне сейчас ко всем теперь прийти.
You should tell him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old...
А, Мид, дочка Сида, господи.
I'll suggest it.
Я думал, она дочка Отто. Появились новые задания. Куда же без них?
How are you doing? Quick look.
Ну, его забрали только в первый раз. Это когда мы его победили. Это мы где? Священная империя Сенберг. Место Есть там что-то рядом? Буглу расскажи. Буглу насрать. Запоминайте, давайте, записывайте. Нам нужно пустыня Велкура. Дальмеки. 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 Все Дальмеки. Все Дальмеки. Ладно.
Clive, anything catch your eye?
За справедливость.
Good day to you, Sid.
Да, охота в пустыне, а пустой, непонятный ультимативный босс где-то дома. Погибель миров.
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched.
Наверное, ветер.
It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Of course.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
All right. I will.
А зачем мне делать свой вывод на основе их мнения, если я могу пойти и посмотреть сам? Ведь вы мне сейчас вот стопудово заставите гоняться туда-сюда за всеми. А потом такие, блин, ну ты все узнал. А теперь пойди и посмотри сам. Я вам зуб даю, что именно так и будет.
Excuse me. Quentin mentioned strange figures having been sighted near the village. Have you seen anything?
Nah, not me, Gov. I heard the rumours, though. I'm here most days, right next to the gate, and I ain't seen nothing out of the ordinary. Don't worry. Any shady characters try and slip into town this way, and I'll soon come running. And shouting, most likely.
All right. Thank you.
Ну, хоть музычка приятная такая, успокаивающая.
Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it. Screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me. And I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ну видите, я же говорил, то есть сначала со всеми поболтай, а потом тебя пошлю.
What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate?
А ну, гоните зуб, блин.
You there.
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape.
Black Shields. Here. What the hell are you doing here?
What is it to you?
А, ребят, вы как-то соберитесь в Вольтрон? Вы зуб ставлю, это важно.
We give a damn.
Я чё, дурак, что ли, свой зуб ставить? Я поставлю, так я же не спрашиваю, я просто ставлю. Как и любой порядочный стример. Ставит зубы чатика. Все хорошо, все правильно. А вы мир все уже. К сожалению. Хотя с учетом того, что Вамир Кобальт, у него, по идее, должен быть куча зубов.
Why were they here? Were they planning an attack?
Бу-бу-бу-бу. Кстати, тут ведь новости были по поводу ПК-версии 16-й финалки. Вот. Они сказали, что мы еще даже толком не начали делать ПК-версию. Так что, кто вам... Откуда пошла инфа о том, что, блин, кто вам сказал, что вот в конце года, в начале, как бы, следующего года выйдет 16-я финалка на ПК, мы не знаем. Возможно, это займет годы по времени. Мы не уверены.
How goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black Shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds. Though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the
Ну да, через 3 года.
Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time.
У Соньки же планы, они выпускают свои эксклюзивы на ПК через 3 года.
But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
I'm sorry. You're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lostwing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade, a means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral. He had my entire family slaughtered, and he faced no punishment whatsoever. I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position, the faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him and slit their throats myself. But the man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection. And so I saw that I would need an army of my own. I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades. And our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first.
Я вообще думал, он какой-то контрабандист, бандит местный.
Make ready for war.
Тут что-то, блин, начинается внезапно. Задание выполнено. А мне сейчас новое случайно не дадут, нет? А то звучит как новое задание.
I'm not going to change his mind.
Здесь как бы... I don't change his mind и... Бог с ним.
The most fragrant herbs.
There'll be no one to man the shop. Gone, just like that. And without so much as a buy or leave.
What's the matter?
Надо где-то 4 охота еще найти надо.
He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss.
Слушай, а могли вы сделать квест как в 14-й финалке, где ты за прилавком стоишь и людям впариваешь всякое? То есть, ну какого черта? Он бы ходил искал, а ты бы людям хлеб впаривал.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Задание не будь квашней. Ну побежали, может быть по пути еще чуть найдем какие-нибудь квесты. Обов каких-нибудь. Телеграммных кристаллов исчезло, паники нет. Да, это, кстати, удивительно, да. С учетом того, что везде говорилось, что люди как бы сильно зависимы от этих кристаллов. В плане быта. Какая она трудноуправляемая. Что-то хочет сказать, что нет никого. Удивительная история. Думаю, что здесь обязательно будет какой-нибудь бой. Давай, беги, родная, беги. Я смотрел, люди глазеют.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? Certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the mother crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Какая разница между выражай себя в работе и посвяти себя труду?
If you miss the fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Recapture it? I'm a baker, not a... You know, you might just be right.
Можно сделать хлебушек.
What a fool I've been! I have to get back to the bakery right away. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You've opened my eyes.
Душевные страдания. Нормальные японские душевные страдания. Мы... Сраная гайдина, нихера не понимаем в их тонких душевных страданиях. На. Нашел. 9 ножей. Это их нам показалось, что обучились.
My blade yet hungers, and so do I. Come, there is a feast in your flesh. Your feasting days are over.
Дни твоего фистинга завершены, мужик. фантастически большой. Нормально. Алло! Да, not good. Как амбу крутил, под его гига-атаку попал. Годы.
Those who kill for sport deserve no better.
Так, ну, Мы пошли искать остальных, где они здесь. Вот нахера вам вот бассейн, вот представьте, вот, ну чисто теоретически. Лежит такой волосатый хер в стрингах. Такой немодельной внешности, скажем так, мягко говоря. В ванне, влажненький. На титьках пишет имена донатеров.
The Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself. Her steepled peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful
То есть он изобрел булку с солью, что ли?
Salt crystals. Master, I have found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something. Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands.
Слушай, они до хера хлеба сделали, он уже засохнет все. Никто это не купит.
Oh, well.
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
Anything I can interest you in? My thanks. Here you are.
Здесь еще пекарни на районе нету.
An
По крайней мере, других не показывали. Может, реально тут как бы не особо выбора-то и много. Поэтому жри, что даю! Так, что, пойдем сюда смотреть, да? Хотя, по идее, должны быть. Ну, напротив него мясник сидит, по крайней мере. Спорим, он вот в том аппендиксе где-нибудь. Не угадал. Есть только саламандра. Ох, ядрить. Гоблинцы. Ну, а тебе еще. И не босс был, если бы это был босс, меня бы скинуло с лошадью. Вот, наверное, босс. Нет, тоже не босс.
No holding back. No need to ride from here. This must have been a fishing village before everyone left. Oh, here.
В принципе, и так боев достаточно. Ну, что, точки спавна расставлять, я не представляю. Еще непонятно, туда мы идем, не туда мы идем. Куда мы идем? Какая водичка херхильная, посмотрите. Тем более драться с чем-то под названием многоед, но как-то не шибко хочется.
Let's go. Too slow.
Дерзкая херовина.
Nice try.
Понаберут непонятный херобор, блин. Там люди мучаются.
Come on.
Я вообще на охоту пришел. Не за эту мелочь залипать. Чисто теоретически это должно быть где-то здесь. Ну как это шарик круглый? Явно недобрый, да.
Thanks, girl.
Нашли. Фаститоколон. Большая черепадла.
Well, Clyde. Looks like you're gonna need the bigger sword.
Отлично прыгнул, братан. Ой-ой-ой-ой. Черепадла. Рому! О, смотри, собака в бунту вошла. На тебе леща. На палец! Ах ты ж падла, взяла и убежала. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла! Ничего, она тоже такое умеет, смотри. Вот-та-та-та-та-та. Раму! Раму давай! Зеленая — это граница воя, да. Пересекать нельзя. О, бакаровик. А нехер выпендриваться. Ладно, я не знаю, где остальных искать, поэтому пошли в лагерь обратно. И посмотрим, где две остальные. Правда, внизу есть надписи. Ага. И слева сверху тоже. Пустующий дом Дальмеки, пустующий дом, и питомник Дальмеки. Я так понимаю, что мы, наверное, еще не были в этих локациях.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything
Видите,
promised?
этих стало еще больше. Многие заявляют, что готовы изменить мир, но мало кто подтверждает свои слова действиями. Вы вдохновляете всех нас, безымянный покровитель.
All yours. Come again. I may have more for you.
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise.
Мы все-таки забубеним корабль, да, я так понимаю?
Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching.
The sack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapours away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
Так, погоди, а я тебе для этого зачем?
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
Тут сходить до него 100 метров, сама сходить не можем. Гоняют голову убежище, туда-сюда, я тут жизни спасаю. Людей оберегаем, монстров уничтожаю. Отнеси 100 метров, пройди, ну что ты, в тебя впадло что ли? Ленивые, блин, инженеры.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Сделайте нам, пожалуйста, вот такую бабойню.
I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy though. And I'll need help. Get Gav and Otto in here, will you?
All right.
А эти двое-то тебе зачем?
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Velcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand coat in the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Можно торговку за материалами?
Well, make your minds up who's going where, we can get this over with.
Сейчас нам нужна шкура дракона.
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
А, можно я никого не возьму? Ну давай, Гэва.
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Dalamil. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of this stuff from Blackthorn's supplier. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
Вперед. Даже не удивлен, что нам туда.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav?
Yeah!
Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of this stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Блин, если она настолько бесполезная, почему у нее такое красивое название? Вот собирай давай, дружище, ну что тут?
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
Зато этих промзаводов Белым морем называют. Но оно хоть красивое. Нет и пахнет. Тогда странное название.
Let's see how Gav's getting on.
You finished? How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
Не. Дерзи.
Oh, you win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat?
Слушай, а кто нам запрещает ехать обратно и болтать по пути? Путь-то не близкий.
Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
Целуйтесь.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise.
Гав, ты мужик, что надо. Раздевайся.
So you keep sending me wherever you need to.
Скидывай штаны, давай искупнемся. А там уж как пойдет.
Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
Странно, мне кажется, разговор по душам какой-то. Не очень душевный, ну да ладно.
Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs. Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You're beat sneaking around on your tud all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
А, выпусти пар 1. Угу.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Вот и поработали, ребят. Чего у меня 3000 есть? Что я могу прокачать на 3000? Давайте глянем. Число ударов, радиус действия. Число ударов, радиус действия. Нужно растущее пламя прокачать. Ну, мастер мне здесь явно не нужен. Можем третью школу вспышки ярости себе доделать. Тоже приятная вещь. Ударная волна, число ударов и радиус действия увеличивается. Давай. Давай вспышку ярости добьем. Пусть будет мастер. Полезный навык, практически пассивный. И всегда дает бонусы. Хоть раз музыку взял. Один раз взял, по-моему, за 20 тысяч.
We're seeing troops amassing in every corner.
Там музыка, композиция по 40 стоит, у меня всего 100.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
Елена инженер.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why, if sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right
Вот интересно, если там в квесте на охоту не указано, где искать цель, и есть только описание. Если я типа найду то место, про которое она говорит, ну, не она говорит, а в брошюрке говорится, то будет ли оно там? Или я типа должен подождать и сделать все остальные охоты, и тогда он появится? Потому что локации на остальные охоты, они еще не открыты. То есть у меня нет ни питомника, ни вот этой вот хероборы в локациях. Срочно пока всем сокращениям проклятия следует немедленно прекратить работу в регионе, поскольку в изучаемых нами розарийских развалинах был обнаружен некий гигант павших пределы поселения, чтобы им потребовать что-то тут голосок. Розарийские развалины. Ну давай посмотрим, где это может быть. Розарийские развалины. Вопрос вот в чем. Вот розарийские развалины вполне может иметься в виду вот это вот. Как бы сама Розария. А может иметься в виду Истпул. Потому что это развалины.
Damn bandits. You'll regret coming here.
Ну, тебе типа намекнули, что смотри, вот если ты сделаешь все остальное охоту, то ты можешь пойти на это. Но это явно не здесь. Вот тут вот были где-то развалины. И все. Но такое ощущение, что розарийские развалины имеется в виду именно город. Город как бы Розария, его разрушили, и там сейчас развалины. Розаринские. Да, видите, дальше меня не пускают. В Вестполе мы тоже были, там никого нет. Сломанной рукояти, но вот здесь уже был босс. Сейчас теоретически он мог бы быть здесь, но здесь типа локация этого была. Ну, вообще туда сходим, где была раньше разрушенная деревня. Так просто как-то слишком расплывчатое описание. Где-то здесь есть развалины, вот, там очень опасно, какая-то херобора появилась, туда не ходите. Куда не ходите, блин, непонятно. Там, где тупик, там уже был квест на охоту. Они, думаете, 2 раза туда одно и то же запихали? Может быть и здесь, но мне здесь призывать никого не дают. Вот локация похожа на арену. Да, вот она. Атлант. Ранг S. Сорок 45-й левел, нормально. Ладно, хоть не ваншот. Что этим можно поиграть? От зараза. От зараза. Очень больно бьет. Ладно. Я даже сяду по-нормальному. Ах, твою мать! Оп! Зашибись. Атака! Вот. Еще одна. И еще одна. И на тебе. Та-та-та-та-та-та. А, гигабеч, гигабеч! А, нормально, далеко. Эй, ну я же нажал. Не, сейчас и опять я нажал. Ну, мне жопа. Игра кончена. Ага, лапа. Живучий херобора, конечно.
What are you after?
Земного щит-то есть, только беда в том, что он пробивается.
There you go.
Как бы щит есть, и такой
Thanks
щит!
very much.
Я по нему делаю боньк, и ты встань.
Thanks very much.
Раз завалили. Да.
Good girl.
Пойдем мстить.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Back to the stables, girl.
Видно, босс класса S. Ну, бьет больно, да. Ну давай, come to me, my darling. Ай-яй-яй, в комбо попал! удается его переблочить. Да, он мне вообще блок пробивает, вообще забыл. Уровень плюсов дали. Я же увернулся, как прочее. Алло. Не, он блок вообще пробивает, вообще забейте. На блок рассчитывать... На блок рассчитывать не стоит. То есть, есть у тебя блок, нет у тебя блок, он сквозь него прям херачит. Я думал, может, первый раз я криво поставил, но второй раз блок я тупо держал, и он сквозь него мне садил. Такой вот дядя.
What are you after?
Ну ладно.
Much obliged.
И говорится, it's my time to shine. Да, он его чарджем пробивает. Обычно атаки, когда он просто мечом махает, можно их переблочить. Нет, стандартные атаки, когда вот он мечом махает, просто мечом махает, их можно спореблочить. Но вопрос в другом. Да, я вижу, ты здесь уже. Вопрос в другом, просто твой пареблок его не сбивает. Рублевского нету, жуки ходят на банке. Так у меня и так куча денег на банке еще. Здравствуйте, Аурелиус. Канале, вот говорит, плохо по игру. Наверное, да, у вас же есть свое мнение, это ваше мнение. Потому что пока говорю про игру, я оближал любимку бессердечного человека. Как так-то? Ну зачем? Да не надо отстать от пауков. Ваше мнение учтено и забыто. За мнение учтено и записано. Мы вас не забудем. Давайте я сосредоточусь. Ох, твою мать. Не то. Куда ты попробуй? Держи! Давай! Позвонь-ка, я тебе отвечу. Вот и все. Сегодня кушал мороженку? Да, сегодня я кушал мороженку. Какая же потная херобора. О, орехалка. Были времена, когда орехалка использовался во всем, от брони и оружия до монет и столовых приборов. Как только действенная жила на близнецах иссякла, цена на этот благородный металл увеличилась в 10 раз. Люди предпочли припрятать весь орехалк, что у них было, теперь найти его сложнее, чем адамант. Добавлю. Ага. Прям банда, я даже не знаю, смотрим время, когда что вообще 3 дня не желаю собрать меня или нет, сегодня такие не восстали. Сундука нету. нету. Ладно, бой был хорош, мне понравилось. Если честно, я думал, что существа из ранга будут какими-то здоровущими, и им надо будет драться ифритом с ними. На улице, кстати, дубак, а дом-то не дубак, так что... Дома мороженку можно и съесть. Заметьте, что герой поменял форму, когда поглощал чью-то силу. Ну, в целом, да, соглашусь. Не, за исключением первого раза. Хотя, если предположить, что он поглотил силу брата первый раз...
Straight home now.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back.
Ничего там, гоблин какой-нибудь. Или крокодил. Здравствуйте, Доня.
Anybody home?
Да, опять-то.
This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go. Too slow.
Умри достойно. Да, ну после Атланта это все херня из-под коня, конечно.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Угу. Побочки делаешь? Конечно, делаю. Здравствуй, Доля. Только что дрались с монстром охоты с ранга. Он жопу мне подпалил знатно аж 2 раза. У него урон просто конский. Вот не дай бог ты под одну его комбо попадешь, все, у тебя хп нету. Ну да, вот теперь репутации хватает. На судьбу носителя. Мало кто стремится облегчить участь проклятыми кристаллами. Чтобы пережить надвигающиеся бури, вместе нужно держаться и носителями братьям. Вы всем демонстрируете друг изнутрича. Ну, блин, порой награда, конечно, реальная херня. То есть, ну вот, плюс 2 метеорита, зачем она мне? У меня этих метеоритов хоть жопой жжу. Куда я его засуну?
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prism for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Hippocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him, see what he makes of it?
Right away.
Ведь посижу, ты спасай мир. Ну, я и спасаю мир. По одной проблеме за раз. Тут помогаю людям новые лекарства сделать. Тут дороги освобождаю, тут людей спасаю. Тут вот людей одеваю, на монстров охочусь. Вот так и спасаем мир. По чуть-чуть, потихонечку. Ой, ну кашу в таверне я разнес 1 раз. И то мне сказали, типа, вот тебе каша. Вот, ну, будь человеком, вот смотри, познакомься со всеми, я тебе денег за это дам. Ты только не ошибись. Бесплатные деньги.
Hippocrates, do you have a moment?
For you, Clive, always.
Well, actually, it's for mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine? Whatever will that girl think of next?
Сейчас тут кораблик собираем.
These notes around the edges.
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelisk complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation.
Он сказал, бичель, мне показалось.
It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragon fire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection it requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelisk might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
А кто может знать, что это за раса? Чем мы вдруг медика нашего позвали?
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive. So, Clive, have you made your decision?
Ну, что делать,
Who will
да?
accompany you on your little excursion?
Давай Джилл, да, кто? Че?
Very well. So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
Гоняет меня туда-сюда.
Now, where's Jill?
There's two. That big glass. Keep them pilchards nice and chilled.
Are those Pepio nuts?
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic?
I just-
I'll find the other things we need. We can
Я
meet
честно,
by the
то
gate when we're
зачем?
finished.
Чеснок-то зачем?
You'll not find a bruised pippin in the bush. Fresh cuts. Come and get them before them.
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine. I hope it's to your liking. I trust it's all here.
Потом мужик у нас, поди, знаете, все покупки заберет и из-под стола достанет эту росу. Такой, типа, вот, держите.
that's what you want. And?
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Garlic and pepio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while?
Ну что, будет у нас поцелуй? Наконец-то. Или останемся мы нечелованные?
Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread. Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh.
You all right?
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
Тут нет ничего такого.
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive. Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
Ну. Хочу попробовать пирог. Вот хрен нам, а не пирог. Я думаю, тематические поцелуйчики можно найти уже на определенных сайтах при желании. Хотя, я думаю, никто не сравнится с гребаной Тифой в этом плане.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Harpocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance.
Вчера в конце стрима был
Explaining to
поцелуй.
Talia how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that. Of course.
Of course!
Oh, and Clive, thank you. It was nice just being with you.
Вот видите, побыть с тобой. Было приятно.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moondew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Hippocrates.
Квест комплит. Ну, 500 долларов, неплохо.
Well, I better go and give Mid the good news then.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border.
Я думаю, конечно, он когда слишком активно работает локтями, когда бежит.
I think Mid might need some help.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat, a coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Ну да.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
Гоняли меня туда-сюда, блин. Волочи.
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way!
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
Звуки тяжелой работы. Спустя некоторое время.
It's finished! It's finally finished!
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
Давайте дальше без меня.
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want her to be that. I don't want her to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate.
А может, надо его пушки поставить?
I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Mick told me she was building a ship.
Гоняет меня туда-сюда, блин, опять. Блин, жопа сволочи.
Well, here, Sid. Reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother.
Где Фури в танке? У тебя есть Фури в танке?
Let's hear it.
Здравствуйте, Ник.
It's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bung in a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. All right. Why not?
Proper job!
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
If you wouldn't mind. I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame ain't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And a good hunting, eh?
Будем искать. Бомба. Ну, Упо. А покажи мне царь-бомбу. Упо. Котел Сенбрек. Ну, это не сложно.
Myth? Wish she was building a ship.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
He cracked the crystal too.
Да ты шутишь. Помимо этого, провел счета убийший возможно курса на нечто потенциально требующее твоего внимания.
Trouble with the ledgers.
Так лучше 15, да.
Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
Час расплаты. Выбить какой-то странно, пусть ваша светлость заглянет в плату, как и будет удобно.
What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
Меня, конечно, запрягает что-то. Спасибо, что мог развеять дурные мысли Блэкторна. Беда в том, что он, похоже, вновь погрузился в них. Смотришь на него и сразу видно, что он на вас повесил. Благо, не только тот кожаный доспех растревожил нашего кузнеца, а есть иная напасть, не дающая покоя. Помоги ему. Кузнецы тоже грустят дома. А может, мужик устал делать гребаный двигатель? Вот устал он делать гребаный двигатель, поэтому он грустненький и решил отдохнуть. А вы опять до него докапываетесь, засранцы.
I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgor?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of the mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgor. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgor, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain,
Эфиром подпитать, что ли?
it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
Интересно, зачем каким-то большим антилопам уходить в горы, где, по идее, мало еды, чтобы защититься от хищников? Ты ж какая-то писец здоровущая антилопа, ты же на рога можешь поднять.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Clive, did you get my letter?
That's why I'm here.
Shh. Otto won't be listening.
Is this better?
A little. Listen, I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it may be my fault. I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. 0, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Each. 5 million.
Как удачно, что нам дядя 20-ку принес.
Lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
All right.
Ну, дядя же принес 20-ку.
The burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be.
Куда все деньги просрали?
To Martha and the dame.
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure they will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really.
Да, может, ты сам сходишь.
To this place, orders to bark, asses to wipe, and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
По-моему, тут я хожу туда-сюда.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No, I don't.
Котел Сенбрек, все правильно помню. Котел Сенбрек. Сраный Сенбрек. Котел. Сторожевая башня, мастерская, Мур, безымянная часовня, врата покаяния, мыс Орсьер, западная сторожевая башня, рынки, южный путь, ясный путь, гнездо дракона, священная длань, священное око. Мурмбрум, но туда пути нет. Норсвит, Перволомберта, Лоствинг. А где котел-то ядрить колотить? Вторая дорога. Ясный путь, южный путь. Холм дарит. А где? Мы же в Ну, котел Сенбрек. А где котел? Луга императора. Возвышенность Орсиона. Я слепой не вижу, что ли? Котла. Ладно, давай почитаем. Во время погони за имперцами одна из сокрушительниц покоротителей свернула не туда и оказалась в лесу, где набирала на обломки воздушного судна павших. Там устроилось белое существо, похожее на огромный огненный шар. Бедняжка едва унесла ноги от этой твари и позже изучая альманах отголосков, опознал ее, правда утверждал, что эта лесная бомба была в 10 раз больше изображенной в книге. Где-то в лесу. Да, они всякую чушь говорят. Слушай, ну это как-то не шибко-то информативно в целом. Может быть здесь, но тут, блин, перекрыто, похоже. Непонятно. Слева от него закрыто. Но если там закрыто, то там закрыто. Было бы подписано, типа, ну, котел. Ладно, давай сюда сначала.
Keep them pilchers nice and chilled.
Look at this place.
Let's go.
Новое судно павших, по крайней мере. Было закрыто, закрыто и осталось. Тупик. Давай, подруга, вращаемся. Ну давай, сказано в лесу, вот лес, давай по лесу побегаем, посмотрим. Ой, да. Чувак, ты 21 уровень, успокойся. Ну мы так сейчас до Лостринга дойдем. Берия Сенбрик. Старая дорога. Адвент. Пол, местный путь, южный путь. Иствуч, Мортфилд, гнездо дракона. Глоросия. Мыс Арсьер. Стага, лук императора. Часовенько. Ну где-то здесь котельная. А можно, вот, я не знаю, ну... Кто дает вот такие квесты? Я серьезно, ну... То есть, вот там есть локация. Есть название локации, есть большая локация. Где эта маленькая локация находится. Типа, подойди, и вот на большой локации маленькую локацию. А ее нет! Сказано, отправляйся в лес. В лесу лес только один. Я думаю, куда же мне пойти?
What am I going to do without sweet water and oil of talc?
Milady, I come bearing gifts.
Gifts? Whatever is the occasion. Oh my. Clive, you really have outdone yourself.
Otto asked me to give it to you. To settle the hideaway's debt with the Veil. And to compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
You disappoint me, Clive. I thought you might finally be warming to me. Tell Otto he can keep his baubles. I tried to tell him as much the first time around. The man owes me nothing, nor does the hideaway. My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely and willingly. It was the least I could do.
You once told me Sid did you a kindness. I'd like to do the same. Please, accept it. For my sake. And for Otto's. For all of us. For all you've done.
It is rather fetching, isn't it? Very well. Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the hideaway are the closest thing he has to family.
Otto had a son.
Long ago, yes. Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy. and blamed himself for not being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened, whether there was anything he could have done, but it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence. An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that.
Ладно, с этим мы разобрались хотя бы.
Clive, we weren't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here, but it seems we still owe you a considerable amount of coin for your help with our rebuilding efforts. And though I doubt it's what you were expecting, we were hoping you'd take this as payment.
A star ruby? I can't accept this. It's worth at least twice what you owe me. More if you can find yourself the right buyer.
Think of the difference as interest.
Interest? If word got out I charged that much, no one would ever borrow from me again. Anyway, why are you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts, isn't it? The old goat working himself to death again.
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason the hideaway's still standing.
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, word is he was the first one Sid reached out to. Probably knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone. And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it. That Otto would just give up.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
But he didn't give up, did he? Quite the opposite, in fact. If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement, and rallied the rest around you. I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither. That, and you keep good company.
I suppose I do. Gob will want to know the stones were delivered, if he's still with us.
Так, ну где это? Ага, здесь. А, ну в крысе где-то. Это мне бегать по одним и тем же локациям 20 раз. Блин, я недоволен.
Good girl. Fly, Ambrosia.
Какие там, интересно, в горах прячутся, если там гор нет? Там же типа низина.
No mistakes. Well, it's certainly quiet. If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place.
И чё, ты хочешь сказать, что вот это вот гигантский антилоп? Ну это взрослая антилопа, она не гигантская. Давайте, собирайтесь в Вольтрона. Под сраку бедное тело просто. Ну, мы тут обед ловим пёселю, все нормально.
Will it be enough, I wonder?
Будешь кушать?
I say that answers my question. Which means we owe the lawsman our thanks. You're just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy. You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
Так, с этим разобрались. Так, теперь давай с Энбриком разбираться. Сделал бизик одну кость. Вот это я понимаю, распил. Ты, остальное на суп. Имперская погоня что-то. Пока локации по сюжету не откроют, там невидимые преграды. Как бы идите в баню. Костей, блин. Слава богу, что костей. Это бывает. Другие супы из 7 штук. Да, блин, не ту кнопку нажал. Как там называлась локация? При посадке на Начало это мем какой-то, она во всех финалках лепит всегда на них место. Ну да, это типа мем. Ну, да, да, каждая финалка это мем к другой финалке, то есть это инсепшн такой. Мемасный инсепшн. Смотри, все-таки открыли имперскую дорогу. А вот и котел. Вот, кстати, и лес.
back to the stables, girl.
Бомба уже была, да, была. Браво!
You're finished.
Понаберут боссов, блин, по объявлению.
Your reign is over. Now to collect the ash. This looks like the stuff. Let's see if there's any more.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk, did you?
You could say that.
So, Molly's leftovers weren't good enough, eh? That'll teach me for treating you like you're still a pup. All right, no need to shout. Now we know what you're after, I can see about getting some in.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later. Can I leave it with you?
Бедренная кость взрослый антилоп. А, ну нормально. 5 штук. А мясо, прости, куда мы дели?
You can, eh? I'm nice like that. In return, you can thank Tomes for me. The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him.
К нему-то я зачем иду? Спасибо просто сказать.
Ah, Clive. Were you able to locate your quarry?
We were indeed, Lawsman. You pointed us in exactly the right direction. Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in solving the mystery.
Ah. But that reminds me. After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
About how she somehow woke the power within him.
Precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought, but one which raised certain questions in my mind. You see, the Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone. And while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one icon's power. Consider that in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as a loyal companion to you, your brother, and even the late Cid. In short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been
Но он
diverse
же
and
вроде
plenty,
не это,
and that
молнием
number
не
has only
фигачил.
grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how
Может, Торгал это миф на самом деле, мы так чисто сбоку стоим.
Fierce of late.
And if I'm not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies and not our adversaries.
А, Джилл отдыхает.
More than an ally.
Ее же сильно потрепало.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, and you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
Past is like a dog with a bone. Still, he's got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything
Называется
I know
сабля,
about,
да?
but fuck me. The edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you.
Nah. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could only curse.
Блин, а смысл, простите, задачивать меч это такой остроты, если он затупится от первого же удара?
Swords are always welcome. We can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
14, лучше посижу. Сложно сказать, там в 14 10 лет писали. Вернее, ее писали сразу, а потом 10 лет мелкими деталями дополняли. Просто как бы одни и те же люди писали. Тут просто нужно было ложиться не в 10 лет, а в одну игру.
I want to know about the sword you show Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Но как бы почерк чувствуется одних и тех же людей на самом деле. Скорость повествования примерно одна и та же. Игнорчик, что опять игнорчик? Тут есть цельность повествования лучше. Блин, и в 14 лет повествование очень складно на самом деле. От квесту к квесту очень гладненько идет.
Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking it off me, are you now?
Я не знаю, будем ли отнимать.
Stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh. And he's a touch eccentric. If you take me.
Понятно, Торгал тоже отсылка к предыдущим финалкам. Все хорошо. Все нормально.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to do?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Реально, не игнори, не бубни. Так я не игнорю. И не бубню.
Goat. Still alive, I see. So Lady Karen accepted the ruby.
Ah, about that. I tried my best, but she was just too stubborn to take it. She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me I could stick my stupid stone where the sun don't shine.
Karen refused payment.
Да
It
ладно.
wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever. Let me see what I can do.
Брат, обижаешь кобальду.
Wonderful.
Как я могу сам себя обижать?
I hope you have better luck than I did.
I think Mid might need some help.
Другие сняли. Мы же выяснили, что ты теперь двор.
How's that hunt for the
Кобальт
bomb
теперь
ash
я.
going?
I have it here.
That's the stuff. And plenty of it, too. Enough to keep the Olympic bubbling away for a good old while. You're a gent, Sid. Let nothing say otherwise. Right then, let's get this contraption up and running. There we have it. The Telemon Alembic. And it works just like the chief said it would.
Very impressive.
Says the man who cut down a burning boulder. Speaking of which, I still haven't returned the favor.
There's no need. The good it will do for the hideaway is reward enough.
Don't be silly.
No.
Why do you let me take
Раздевайся.
the one you keep your potions in? Reckon I could work some magic on that.
What kind of magic?
Well, we happen to have isolated a substance in our test run of the Alembic that I reckon will make even the toughest lever supple as anything. Thought we might use it to breathe new life into old boots and the like. Save the hideaway a few gil. But I reckon if we slap a bit on your bag, it'll loosen it up enough for you to squeeze in a bottle or two more.
Well, it can't hurt to try, I suppose.
That's the spirit. Leave it with me. I'll only be a mo.
С такой интонацией говорить про растягивание, ну такое. Может, плащ мне еще обработаешь, слушай.
Well, what do you reckon?
It certainly feels more flexible.
Right? Told you.
Thank you. I think.
No. Thank you for supporting Mid and the rest of us in our endeavors. Without you, we'd never have been able to discover wonders like that stuff I rubbed on your bag. And I'm telling you, there's plenty more where that came from.
Weird Science. Работана сумка для зелий. И теперь у вас больше. Место под снаряжение расширено. Отлично. Больше зелий. А, неплохо из студию. Очень неплохо. Не, наград за честь еще рано, пока не дают.
All right, Clive. Asterix.
We'd finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
А чего мы думаем, что Мид так как бы сильно не хочется на могилу к бате сходить?
Lady Karen, Goat tells me you weren't happy with our offer. Would you prefer the debt was repaid in coin?
What debt? I don't recall lending any of you lot me hard-earned gil. I may have tossed a talent or two in the hideaway's coffers, but those were donations, and you can hardly call it charity if you go asking for it back.
Of course not. But one good turn deserves another. And our circumstances have changed. Surely you wouldn't shun the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become a prince.
Oh, so you're a prince now, are you? Fine. But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you're getting the rest whether you like it or not. Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby. A canny one, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice as much. Might be I already have a buyer in mind.
Дядя Бодит.
The fine continental maid whose beauty is only eclipsed by a guile in commerce.
Погоди, дама с континента? То есть, в принципе, получается, помимо близнецов, есть где-то еще континент? Или мы как бы близнецы континентом называем? Вот в чем вопрос.
I hear you ended up delivering all 3 stones. Thanks to this lump. I sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
Speaking of which, I still haven't been paid last month's wages.
Oh, so you remember what's owed to you then? Get your ass behind that disc of yours and don't get up before those ledgers are square.
Right away.
I've seen that before.
You have, yeah. Plenty of times. It was the only goblet Sid ever used. Either out of habit, or because the filthy soul couldn't be bothered to find a clean one.
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fond memories of him.
I bet they do.
How long did you know Sid before he...
Before he died. 20 summers, give or take. Back in the day, I was a purser on a trade ship, which is where I met him. He bought passage to, I forget where. And having nothing better to do on the long nights, we sat up drinking island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duties. Quit my post not long after that. On account of making a fine maiden's belly.
Сильные ребята, всю ночь бухать, а потом целый день работать. Причем
One day sail the seas again. That was before fate stepped in and said she was having none of it. The magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day, and there was no hiding his knack.
Couldn't you and your family have...
My family were the ones who summoned the constable, wanted the monster taken away. I couldn't turn my back on him, forget what I felt, and I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, Sid was of the same mind as me. It was him who stood beside me when all I wanted was to tear the whole world down. Him who cried for me when I had no tears left of my own. Him who swore he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening again.
And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once and for all. His ranks, his ribbons, gone. Just like that. Threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth.
He was always too clever for his own good, was Sid. Saw the world for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown. And it can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone. But he didn't let it stop him. He never lost faith in what he believed was right. And that gave us faith in him. Faith he'd steer us true. So I swore to myself that I'd always be right behind him, ready to catch the stubborn sod, if ever he should fall. But I couldn't even do that. Ignore me. Just the ramblings of a tired old man. Leave that lot. I'll tidy it up in a bit.
This is Sid's handwriting. Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked without you. Love you, you grumpy old sod.
This note.
Hmm? What about it?
Sid was right. Without you, we'd all be lost.
He should have bloody well said so then. Just once. Before he went. But then, why would he? Him, or anyone? I'd only have told him to...
Блин, обнимите мужика, а? Ну, серьезно.
You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us. I just shoved people in the right direction. I barely seem to be able to do that anymore.
Так, 3, 4, да.
Would you rather go at the helm?
Well, maybe I've got a few more years left in me.
I'm going to hold you to that, Otto.
Before you go,
Может, вы год и считать научите? Попервые все-таки.
wanted you to have this.
15 миллионов недостачи, это, конечно,
This will do me just fine.
полный писец.
Thanks for the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Вот это трогательно классно. Очень трогательно. О, кубок Сида. Так, давайте посмотрим, где там еще, кто там нужен по охоте. Жало душ. Пустующий дом Дальмеки. Жало душ. Жало душ. Жало душ. Грималкин, да? Ну, посмотрим, где эти гребаные жало душ. А, хер тебе. Понял.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Is that the thing Times helped?
Obolus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry at all, are you? I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obolus.
Don't mention it.
Сейчас взрыв лодки, блин, придется новую делать.
What tidings, uncle?
Мальчик мой, поход в Кадвер увенчался оглушительным успехом. Друг, о котором я говорил, поделился с нами не только содержимым своих сундуков, но и обширными знаниями о том, что происходит в свободных городах. Особое внимание привлекли сведения об одной твоей юной знакомой. Лично считаю Enterprise крайне перспективным проектом. Однако и власти Канвера вряд ли обрадуются, когда узнают, что госпожа Теламон своевольничает в местных доках, пусть и недавно заброшена. Раз уж слухи дошли и до моего друга, не ровен час, и главы гильдии начнут стучаться на порог. В таком случае я прошу на пару месяцев одолжить мне твоего Гэва, чтобы тот следил за развитием событий и мог предупредить о готовящемся нападении. Надеюсь, ты пониманием отнесешься к этой небольшой просьбе, твой любящий дядюшка.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Got to admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in, all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Из убежища отправляемся в убежище? В старое убежище.
Sid. I remember what you told me. That if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kuka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies. It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there'll be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every mother crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the crystalline dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think.
Погоди, а разве не два осталось еще больших кристалла?
Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader. Assuming you've no better idea.
Ну, блин, и первый вроде как ровно посередине.
You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now
Между двумя островами.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot.
Как его бабка достала, видимо.
Forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass, and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Господи, ну дайте ему леща уже, чё он такой веселый?
Glad to have you with us, Goots.
Oh, okay then. I'll get me things, and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav,
Already on my way, Captain.
be careful.
Aren't I always?
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
То есть, в принципе, хрен мне, да, а не как бы все остальные квесты сделать. Ну ладно. Восточные дольмеки. Форвард. Где мы?
How are you?
Better.
Слушай, ну... Ты еще где-то квест по пути.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torg will help too. Didn't you, boy?
Fly, Ambrosia.
This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars, till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass, and all official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
Пока ничего не сделали. Рецепта нет.
So what do you think?
That we'd be lucky to make it out alive.
Really? It's as bad as that?
Oh, aye. There's trouble up ahead. And too much of it for us to handle.
I take it there's danger on the road.
Oh, what about this fearsome-looking fellow? You think he'd be equal to the task?
Oh, no doubt. Assuming he's willing to hear us out. Well met, friend. My brother and I have been tasked with finding a merchant's missing cart. You seen it by any chance?
How does a merchant misplace his cart?
Oh, the man's a coward. When he thought goblins might come a-snarling, he ran, leaving his livelihood abandoned in the pass.
He sent the two of us to fetch one. It's gone. Now, I'm not much of a thinker, but I know the work of thieves when I see it.
My brother's right on all accounts. And by my estimation, the bastards are lying in wait just down the road.
We may have seen our share of action, true, but we've not got the skill in arms to boldly brave an ambush.
You, however, have the look of a man who needn't fear a band of backwater ruffians. What do you say? Will you help us out? Chances are they'll come for you either way. But if you promise to lend us a hand, at least you'll pocket a reward for your troubles.
Ну давайте.
Have to deal with them anyway.
Все равно явно по
Clearly got a
пути.
fine head on those broad shoulders.
We're lucky you came along. Now, hoping to make a heavy purse in Boklad, our merchant friend loaded his cart with as much as it would carry. Reckon he won't be forking over the rest of our fee if we don't find those goods. So, while you're seeing to those bandits, you keep your eyes open.
All right. Just don't expect me to drag the cart out of there myself.
No. You can leave the cart to us. You just put an end to those bandits and point us in the right direction. You do that, we'll take care of the rest.
Они случайно не разбойники, а? Это что-то как-то по такому голоску, что-то как-то я даже не знаю. Как-то палевные они. Палевные странные.
I'm not sure I trust those two. But if there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take it.
Look lively, you lot. We've got guests.
These must be our bandits.
Интересно, если бы я не взял этот квест, тут как бы не было бы засады бандитов? Или она также бы была?
That's them dealt with.
Слова означай разбойники.
Where's that cart? Getting all of this out of here will be a nightmare.
Seems we found ourselves the right man for the job, wouldn't you say?
Found the cart and didn't leave a single bastard breathing. Our merchant friend will be delighted.
И вы ни хера не сделали, денег получите, ребят. Муа!
Getting his goods out of here.
You leave that to us. After all, it'd be wrong to make such a fine warrior haul cabbages to market.
О, нет, смотри, будут
You've
мешки
done your
таскать.
part. And that's all you need to worry about. Here. It's been a pleasure. Now piss off.
There's no need to be so rude, brother. What if we want his help again next time?
Какие-то подозрительные парни. Очень, очень подозрительные.
I see the Dalmex lag behind Rosaria when it comes to bridge building.
Ну да, возможно, они тоже разбойники.
The path continues on the other side.
Мистер Дроидики, да в жопу дроидиков. Пусть себе там катаются. Вау, как красиво. Последний грех.
So this is Zemeckis.
The land of the gods. It's even more impressive than I imagined. I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Long, long ago, man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls.
И везде куча обломков.
If anyone ever manages
Ну
to
так совершенно
find those
беспалевно,
steps,
да? Вот этих вот древних
if
людей.
there's any truth to the tale.
Древние расы.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominance and bearers. To tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominant and their icons were deemed a curse. Back home, the dominant inherited the throne. They were admired and exalted, not spurned. Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
The old legends were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
Да нет, вроде такая же,
You
какая
really
была.
were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Сереброволосая.
Just look at this place.
Но еще девка, не, вы что, она же рассказывала, что ее это...
Believe the legends are true.
В детстве. Рейдеры.
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
And we'll have to keep our wits about us. Clive? Something wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
Новая священная А, вы оттуда переехали, теперь сюда. Потому что там кристаллы разрушили, да?
I see the reports are true, Father. You have surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sambrec.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it. And I can think of none better suited to the task. There is other news, Dion. Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then, Valisthea. All shall bow before their Emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god. The Emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Greeker, made flesh.
Что-то ты как-то... Совсем с ума сошел, дядя.
Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sambrec.
Father.
Думаете, цветы какие-то необычные? Хрен его знает. Может, это типа геральдический цветок у них?
Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sambrec, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your Emperor in the wars to come.
Canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee
All else is heresy.
Если ты его обидишь в кощунстве, кто твоей основной силой будет? Ты чё такой...
Your Radiance.
Какой-то...
Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so
Ну хоть пацан разговаривать может, я уже думал, он совсем какой-то... Никакой.
I'm hungry, father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Я сомневаюсь, что это цветок с наркотой, серьезно. Просто я думаю, это типа символ их дома.
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
I have suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough.
А, то есть он еще незаконнорожденный.
But you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
Во как.
The Boklab markets are to the north. We just need to hug the coast. Come on.
Да, тогда логично, что мелкий его вошел. Ну, типа, более знатный.
No. His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well trained and increasingly battle-hardened. But it's not as if we can wait for the siege to end. More refugees.
And they're all making for the crystalline dominion.
Because they don't know how to live without the crystal's blessing.
Ну, тарам-пам-пам, это как бы...
I can walk from here.
Дань традиции. Что, да не особо.
This is where we're supposed to meet Goots, isn't it?
That's right. He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his supplies. I dare say he'll have finished by now.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
Кстати,
My sight, wretch.
коли здесь
A
торговец,
finer array this side of the strait. A fine choice. You've a discerning eye. Many thanks.
недаром же сумку
You're
усилили.
welcome anytime.
Бегали, старались. Рынки Боклада.
Wonders from across the water. Come one, come all. Feast your eyes. Good sir, can I interest you in...
Смотрите, пита
How
продают.
much for a measly crust of bread?
You won't find any cheaper. Not nowadays. But you're more than welcome to look.
The Empire's unlawful and illegitimate occupation of the crystalline dominion is still in effect. Only those whose business in Twinside has been officially approved by the Republican Army will be permitted to cross the border. All who seek entry are to form a line and ready their documents for inspection.
It looks like we aren't the only ones who are eager to leave.
And they're checking everyone.
Can't you make an
Not for the likes of you.
We won't get through without that pass. Let's go and find Good, shall we?
Мне вот интересно, то есть без пропуска нам не пройти. А можно... Вас тут скала просто рядышком. Может, мы как-то, не знаю, через скалу перелезем? Или вот нам нужно именно по дороге пройти, вот без этого никак.
Clive, I'm so sorry. Don't tell Nan, will you?
Slow down, Goots.
Ты просрал попуск, да?
It's me trader's pass. It's
Да
gone.
я даже не
We
удивлен.
cannot ride the caravan without it. We won't even be able to get through the flipping checkpoint.
Do you remember when you last saw it?
It was in my pocket a minute ago. Then a bairn bumped into me and... Here. You don't think that they might have nicked it, do you?
It wouldn't surprise me. A busy market like this is prime territory for pickpockets.
So, to get the pass back, we need to find this child. Where would we even start?
I know where. I've got a pal in Bucklad who might be able to help
Мне
us.
больше интересно, блин, в каком из тысячи карманов, которые на тебе есть, они смогли достать гребаный пропуск?
She's the owner of the Crimson Caravans, up that way. Sign's got a red chocobo on it.
No time like the present.
You two go on ahead. I'm gonna check the rest of my stuff, make sure nothing else is missing.
Right. We'll meet you there.
Что-то немного ли товаров для, блин, одного человека?
And the other on our purses.
Кто-то же за всем этим, блин, должен следить. Кто-то должен это тащить.
Looking to hire a coach? It's 10 million for a two-birder to the Crystalline Dominion. Take it or leave it.
10 миллионов, нихера себе.
Then I bid you good day.
Oh, wait! Don't go, El. He's me mate.
As I live and breathe. Goots, what are you doing back in Bucklad? I gather Lady Karen didn't send you. So what trouble have you got yourself into this time?
It's me trader's pass. It got stolen. By a little bairn.
Of all the... You're the size of a marble. Honestly. Ugh.
Goots told us that you know the markets well. Might you have an idea which little bairn could have done this?
We don't intend to punish them. We just need our pass back. Then, we can be on our way.
I see. So neither of you has a trader's pass either. Not that anyone would take you for traders.
Ну чё, он торговец моей охраны.
That's why you came to me, correct? Now, I can't say for sure who took your pass, but I suspect I know why they did it. Let me explain.
А переходите зачем, простите? Ладно.
Ever since the Fist marched on the Dominion, the Republic has been clamping down on any commerce that might aid the Empire more than it does us. Which means traders' passes have gone from being merely a way of easing one's progress to being essential if one wishes to cross the border at all. And with demand outstripping supply, they've become a precious commodity, leading some to seek to acquire them by less than legitimate means.
So the children are stealing passes to sell on the black market?
Yes and no. Passes are inscribed with the names of their owners, and yet none of the victims' names have appeared on the register of those passing through the checkpoint.
Which means?
That someone is
И что там,
doctoring the
имя и
stolen
фотка, что ли,
passes.
есть, или как?
The same someone who is encouraging the children to steal them.
Или тут
And
называть
the
свое
same
имя
someone who has
не свое имя
used his
нельзя.
pass, no doubt. Whoever they are, they're ruining the livelihoods of honest merchants, which is why we've decided to take a stand. Will you stand with us? We want to get your pass back.
Да, куда мы
Ensure
денемся?
that no more are stolen. Catch whoever's behind it all, and 2 birds shall be slain with a single stone.
Is there any other way of getting to the Crystalline Dominion goods?
They won't let you in if you're not with the caravan. It's that, I don't know, try swimming across the strait. But the guards will definitely spot you if you try and do that. Like, we don't want to get spotted, right?
So either we find the people who took the pass, or give up all hope of
Мне
entering
вот
the
интересно,
Dominion.
вы там пальто не сдыхает на жаре? В пустыне?
All right.
Да, вон.
We'll help.
Thank you kindly. But I don't know your name. Eloise at your service.
Clive.
A pleasure doing business with you, Clive.
У тебя значок для квестов.
The proprietor of the furniture makers by the coach stop is spearheading the search. Wear that, and he will know you for a friend. I suggest that you speak with him first.
The furniture makers. Understood.
Дави вора, пиная его почкам. Джилл знакомиться не стал. Ну, может, и ей не нравится Джилл. С Торглом она тоже знакомиться не стала.
Jug of snake spit for the road. The caravan stops next to the check. Show them your traders.
Are you the furniture maker?
Looking for something in particular? Ah, Eloise collared you too, eh? Then I expect you want to know more.
She told me you were leading the hunt for the pickpockets. What have you learned?
For one, that they're targeting the traders carrying the biggest packs. Harder to watch your back, see? And less chance of the mark giving chase if they're spotted. Not that they'd be likely to catch them. Those imps know every inch of this warren like the backs of their hands.
Their eyes must have lit up when they saw Goots.
The fishmonger round by the gate's been trying to track down the children involved. You should go and have a word with her.
Thank you. We will.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
You should come with me to the Dominion.
Fish for sale! Fresh sorted and smoked! Can I interest you? Ah, sorry. Message from Eloise, is it?
She's asked me to help her. To help you find the pickpockets.
Is that so? Suppose I better tell you what I know then. For one, this isn't a family operation. All the traders say the children who stole their passes were dirty, dressed in rags. Street urchins, by the sound of it. We get a lot around here.
Orphans from the wars.
A few, perhaps. You saw the refugees gathered by the entranceway? They're all looking for a new start in the Dominion and beyond. Some of them take it as an opportunity to rid themselves of unwanted baggage.
The shame of it.
Whoever's behind this would have to have made themselves known to the children at some point.
And so should we.
You should start with the children around here, then. I doubt they're the ones involved, but...
И чё, типа дети с нами будут разговаривать, серьезно?
Right then. Questioning children. How hard can that be?
Скорее как сраный Куна из, гребаного Диско Элизиума. Нахер нас пошли, да все.
Excuse me. Do you mind if I ask you something?
Can't stop you.
I was just wondering if anyone has asked you to do anything out of the ordinary recently.
Anything you grown-ups ever ask us to do is shut up and go away. So guess what I'm about to tell you to do?
Sorry. I'll leave you alone.
Какой добрый мальчик. Может, мы собакина им покажем, не знаю.
Do you have a moment?
What do you want?
What I want is to know who's asking children like you to pick pockets.
I don't know. Nobody's asked me. What's picking pockets? Do you get paid for it?
No, you get in trouble for it. So if they come calling, you know what to tell them. Excuse me?
What do you want? I don't have any money.
It's all right. We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk.
What about?
We've heard that some very bad people are making children like you steal from travelers. We need to know who's behind it so we can stop them.
I don't know much about it, really. But my friend, Honza, he said he got a job doing something dangerous.
Sounds promising.
We need to find him and ask.
Do you know where your friend might be?
He's usually by the tents outside town.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
Я очень сильно удивлен, что нам кто-то что-то сказал, серьезно. То есть, ну... Я думаю, реальнее бы нас нахер послали в такой ситуации.
That's that then.
She must have meant the refugee camp.
Let's hope he's still nearby.
Daddy, I'm hungry.
That big fat donkey was easy pickings. He wouldn't have noticed if we'd robbed his boots off him.
Yeah. Wish we hadn't handed over the pass, though. Could use one of those things to get out of this dump.
Chance would be a fine thing. The moment they found out, they'd string us up by our guts.
Would they now? Perhaps you'd like to introduce us to these charming characters.
Shit, we're in trouble now.
What do we do?
Бежим.
You two get caught if you want. I'm off.
Hunter, where are you going?
So that was Hunter, eh? Jill, you watch these two. I'm going after him.
Ну что ты, не спеши.
He can't have gone far. I need to find him before his employers do. Did you see a boy run past? He stole something from a friend of mine.
There was a boy ran back there towards the chocobo pen, but...
Ну да, как бы пес рядом. Он может аккуратненько лапки прижать с учетом его размеров. Наверное, больше пацана раза в 4 весит, если не в 5.
Shit. Cornered.
It's all right, Hunter. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to ask you some questions.
Fine. Not like I've got a choice.
I'm looking for the people who are making you steal for them. Who are they?
Called themselves the Carstones. They said they'd give me a good gill if I did what they told me. I knew they were bad, but bread doesn't come for free. Didn't come at all half the time, before I started buzzing for them. You know, if I didn't do it, they'd just pick on someone else. Someone they could push around easier.
Hunter.
You found him then?
Jill. Where are the other two?
Eloise is watching over them. She sent Goots and I to look for you.
You're... him! I haven't got your pass anymore, if that's what you're after. I gave it to the Carstones. Whatever you do to me, I can't get it back. Not that I go against them anyway. If it weren't for their gill, me and my mates would have starved.
cowards. You will not force another child to do your bidding.
Wait, we're not...
Don't hurt him.
Ничего, не беспокойся, я ударю его тупой стороной молнии.
We're on the same side. Like hell we are.
That brooch. Where did you get it?
А, ну слава богу. У нас же есть брошь.
Master Theo.
Goods. What are you doing with these people? Unless you're the ones my sister was talking about.
Your sister? Eloise didn't tell us she had a brother.
And why would she? I'm just her back and a blade. Theodore, at your service. Sorry about before.
Theodore, what do you know of the cast stones?
Vultures who have made Barklad their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, stealing from those with gil and bullying those without it into joining their flock. I'd been looking into their activities in hope of sparing the refugees any further hardship. But it seems they've already stooped even lower than I'd feared. Hansa's a good lad. Don't blame him for what they've made him do. If he and his friends hadn't agreed to work for the stones, some other poor souls would have. On pain of death, most likely. Clive, was it? And my sisters asked you to help put an end to the pickpocketing. Then we all want the same thing.
Ну, мужик, тыкни нам куда идти просто, ну.
I'm sorry.
Where is it?
So, what's the plan?
What else? We find the cast stones and we crush them.
Охерительный план.
You get your
Говори,
traders
куда
pass
идти.
back, and I make Barklad a safe place again.
All right then.
All right then. Hansa, where are they camped? Don't worry. They'll never know you told us.
Couldn't if I wanted to. They always come to town to collect the passes. Meet us outside the gate. I tried following them once, but they spotted me halfway down the trail. Said they'd string me up.
We'll try it this time. Which way were they going?
Back down the road towards Leighton's Cleft.
To Leighton's Cleft then.
Leighton's Cleft is to the south, past the camp.
Интересно, а что их останавливает от того, чтобы перенести базу с учетом того, что, ну, типа, какой-то рандомный пацанчик знает примерное направление, в какую сторону надо идти. И почему его не убили? Какие-то не до конца кровожадные бандиты, я бы сказал. Такие соевые. Ага, какой-то гопник. А пацаны, бейте его! Что-то как-то вы быстро слегали, ребята. Их отработают. Блин, но это же как бы бандиты все-таки. А это просто пацанчик. Я понимаю, как бы, может быть, имеет смысл хотя бы какого-то пацанчика, который им нормально так приносит вот эти пропуска. А так как-то, ну, не знаю, неосмотрительность, что ли. Знаете, с учетом пагубности ситуации, я бы, наверное, не сказал, что такая уж прям большая проблема здесь. Если вопрос стоит в том, чтобы либо сдохнуть с голоду, либо поработать на ублюдков, ты будешь работать на ублюдков.
Fewer now.
Not a bad haul today, eh?
Aye. Some of our new recruits are natural-born ne'er-do-wells.
Especially the little ones. And Hans has got
А, ну вот, они тоже, видимо, знают его, видимо, поэтому не убили.
It will be a shame when they chop them off. But till then, let's make the most of it.
Раз пацаны даже по имени знают, значит полезны.
The leaders of the cast stones, I take it.
They don't deserve any mercy, Clive.
I wasn't planning on showing them any.
We're ready when you are, Theodore.
Oh, I'm ready.
Fuck. It's that guard from Bockland. Kill him. Kill them all.
А ну-ка. Ну-ка, давай попробуем блок все-таки. А, не работает блок, видали? А, не так можно просто. Постойка. Ну давай еще разок. Как красиво анимация для эпилептиков. Для эпилептиков эти игры противопоказаны. Там даже написано, типа, внимание для эпилептиков. Хер вам они играют. Хотя, наверное, есть режим для эпилептиков.
And they say crime doesn't pay. Gold chains, rings, purses. And traders' passes. Dozens of them.
Have the names been changed?
Not yet. I recognize some of them. No doubt Goots's is somewhere among them. Now I just need to sort through it all and return everything to the people it was taken from.
We should go and give Eloise the good news. Can we leave things here in your hands, Theodore?
Of course. Oh, and, be sure to tell her of the part I played, won't you?
We'll be glad to.
Видимо, сестра не очень высокого мнения о тебе, да, я так понимаю?
Ah, Clive. How goes the hunt? My brother isn't getting in your way, I trust?
Quite the opposite.
So it was the cast stones who were behind it all. Theo told me he'd been on their trail. And their demise solves 3 problems at a stroke. That of the pickpockets, the bandits pulling their strings, and the passes they were stealing. I only hope yours is among the items you recovered. Only time and Theo's return will tell. Speaking of whom, welcome home, dear brother.
You are too kind, Eloise. Here, Clive. Goods' pass. Ask him to keep a closer eye on it from now on, would you?
I will. Thank you.
El, I've asked our boys to carry the rest of the goods back. Can I count on your help in sorting through it all?
Of course. I'll make some space in the storeroom. I expect you'll soon be on your way then. But it wouldn't do to leave without introducing yourself properly.
Ну, у него меч, по крайней мере, кажется нормальным.
Sid. Don't look so shocked. We're on the same side.
I don't understand.
Таким, знаете, просто
As you now know
рабочий
all
меч.
too well, we at the Crimson Caravans are always happy to help those in need. For a small fee, we will move anything that needs moving. Be that goods to market, or bearers away from it.
I was the first my sister helped escape. If it wasn't for her, I'd have been branded as a boy.
I had no idea.
It just so happens that we are seeking to expand our operation. And who better to join forces with than the leader in the field? Wouldn't you agree, Theo?
I would. It seems our purpose is the same in more ways than one. So what would you say to working together again?
It would be our pleasure.
And our honor. The honor is ours.
Here, Clive. This is for you.
What is it?
El has friends in high places, while I have associates in lower ones. That mark is proof that you're a friend to us both.
I shall bear it with pride.
Сколько на мне уже этих всяких эмблемных значков? Я уж как генерал должен ходить.
But if you encounter any difficulties, we would be delighted to provide you with a coach of our own. For a discounted price, of course. Say, 9 million?
We'll try the caravan.
Я не понимаю, либо миллион гил тут, в принципе, не так уж и много, что, ну, у многих есть, либо мы какие-то бомжи, у меня всего 100. Вот я же говорил, 20 тысяч квестов тут же.
Pardon me, but would you happen to be a fighting man, perchance? That well-notched steel and impressive.
Да, приходите место так значками так. Так. Ага, вот на третьем ряду, третий справа. Кажется, ты из наших. На тебе квест. Да. Помоги мне собрать три корзины огурцов. 100 миллионов нет, 100 тысяч.
I require a rugged companion, lest I find myself waylaid by ne'er-do-wells or the beasts sent to roam the area. Should you accept, you will not only earn yourself material wealth, but partake of the true treasure that awaits us there. The rich and storied history of Zemeckis. Well, were you ever party to a finer proposition?
My arms are yours.
Wonderful! Then come. We must away.
But where are we going?
Along the old Zemeckis Road. And from there, onward to discovery. Quickly! There is not a moment to lose.
Wait.
Да не переживай, на месте встретимся. Вперед к открытию.
Better make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
Ну-ка, где-то еще один квест. Мне вот реально интересно, а что они, простите, будут делать в засушливых районах как раз таки без кристаллов? Там же ведь реально жопа будет.
I want to know right away. Bad news.
Good, actually. Something worth celebrating for a change. Only trouble is, the serving girl's still new to the job, so I can't leave her while I go and invite those I'd like to celebrate with.
What exactly are you celebrating, if you don't mind me asking?
I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red. A Gotan 66, no less. Gotan Rouge is the only good thing to have ever come out of the Empire. And most wouldn't part with a 66 if you held a knife to their throats.
So I've heard.
Oh, so you know of it then? Clearly you're a gentleman of taste. A gentleman who might sympathize with my predicament, perhaps? Would you pass the good news to a few friends of mine? I'll give you a little something for your time, of course.
Sounds simple enough.
So you'll do it? Marvelous. Thank you. You won't need to go far. All three of them should be right here in the market. There's Aldrich the porter, Milan the butcher, and Bolek, a guard over at the north gate. Three of the finest fellows in Boklad, if you ask me. Tell them to come to the
Бушек,
tavern
собери моих собутыльников, мне самому лень.
I'll give you your little something.
I'll be right back.
Ну, хоть они, в принципе, рядом.
Out of my sight, French. I've no use for a brand new. You can't even let me carry you good. I'm cheap.
I see you've been of some assistance to Eloise. Perhaps you can extend me the same kindness?
Perhaps. What would I be doing?
Finding someone. You see, I've been having trouble with thieves, and despite the many pains I've taken, I can't stop them from rummaging through my packs. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few days back, and he offered to track the culprits down.
Воров мы уже убили, да, все хорошо.
And a good one at that. But he's been gone days, and I'm beginning to fear the worst.
Any idea where his search for the thieves might have taken him?
The old Zemeckis Road, perhaps? He doubted they would be fool enough to linger here in Boklad. Joseph's lived a hard life. Made him grey long before his time. I just pray he hasn't been killed over a few sacks of grain.
I can't imagine there are too many grey-haired sellswords around. Hopefully someone will have seen him.
Это не отсылка к Ведьмаку сейчас будет, мне интересно.
Hurry, man. I must leave for the Dominion post-haste.
I've been asked to find Aldrich, the porter. I don't suppose that's you, is it?
That's me right enough. You need something delivered?
The innkeeper sent me. He said there's a cup of Gotan 66 with your name on it when you're done for the day.
A 66? Look at me. If he's just got hold of it now, it must have been in the crates he had me carry down from Sambrek.
From the Empire to Boklad. You must be a braver man than most. That's a treacherous route at the best of times.
Such is the porter's lot. There's not a patch of storm these feet haven't traipsed across. It's Oriflamme one day, then off to Canva the next. The farther you're willing to go, the fatter the purse. Which is why there's no shortage of competition for some of the longer routes. I'd say I've done enough for today to earn myself a cup of something tasty. Thanks for letting me know.
Раньше, наверное, доставлять товары было тем еще приключением. Дойдет кораблик, не дойдет. Дойдет караван, не дойдет. Заработаешь ты денежку или окажешься на улице. Прелесть.
Are you Milan, the butcher?
That's me. What can I do for you?
The innkeeper's just had a special delivery. He thought you might like to join him for a cup of wine after you pack up for the day.
He knows me only too well. And I've got a ham here that will go handsomely with a nice drop.
Wine and ham to spare. Barclad clearly isn't suffering then.
Comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere else. Those who travel the Crystal Road bring all manner of goods with them. We get meat from San Brec, herbs from Rosaria. Why, sometimes we even see curiosities from across the Narrow. My old man knew what he was about when he set up shop here all those years ago. Anyway, thanks for the good news. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll shut up shop early. Wouldn't want to keep our friend waiting.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
Let us through!
I'm looking for Bolek. I was told he'd be guarding the gate.
Well, you found him. You're not here to enlist, I take it?
The innkeeper sent me. He's just taken delivery of a rare vintage, a Gotan 66. He thought you might like a cup.
I've never said no to a goat hand. I'm not about to start now. Thanks for letting me know.
You must be a busy man.
The market would be flooded with refugees if we weren't here to stem the flow. Oh, my heart goes out to them, all right, but we've got our orders. No papers, no passage. Plenty try to slip past us nonetheless. And every now and then, one of them's foolish enough to try and force their way through. And when they do, well, things can get nasty. You know what? That wine's sounding better by the moment.
Well done. I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine.
Ну, вроде намекал, что как бы и тебя винцем угостят. Ну, это очень странно, кажется, серьезно. То есть, возможно, когда мы соберем их в Вольтрона вместе, в одного, там окажется какая-то, что это какая-то хитрость, которая к чему-то приведет.
There are no crystals here. Keep going.
What do you want? I've no coin on me.
Just information. Has a sellsword passed through here? Grey hair.
Now you mention it, there was a young man with salt in his mane sneaking around out there a while back.
Which way did he go?
How am I supposed to know?
Я просто понимаю, что в принципе, типа, носильщика, который притараканил этот груз, и друга мясника, который, ну, подгонит мяско к вину. Ну нахера тебе охранник? Он как бы твой же твой друг? Или что? Или как?
Why am I not surprised?
You'll hand over your coin, you know what.
Комбо-вомбо.
Are you hurt?
Happily not, good sir. Thanks to your timely intervention.
И вот он типа седой? Серьезно?
We have arrived.
А, нет, это другой мужик.
Marvel before us. Ruins. A relic of the fallen civilization. A sight so common that man is oft blinded to its wonder. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens. Airships, we call them, with very little thought to what wonders such a word might describe. Oblige me, if you would,
Does anything strike you as peculiar about this particular specimen? Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, whatever gouged the final sin from the rock cleaved clean through the structure you see before you.
По-моему, очень сильно похоже на порез когтей, если честно.
Countless enigmas in which Zemeckis history is steeped. Come, good sir. Our expedition continues, and we still have much to learn.
А пробовали вы вот эти вот неразрешимый материал эйконами там бить, я не знаю. Может, как раз таки эйконы их и уничтожили.
We don't want any trouble.
Neither do I. I'm looking for someone. A grey-haired mercenary.
Well, we haven't seen him. Yes, we have. We saw him climbing up the rocks. Those ones, over there.
Он еще ворчал, что он не любит порталы, нет?
Mum won't let me near them. She said there's goblins up there, and that they eat little boys for dinner. Shush now. You've said quite enough already. I only told him what you said.
I'd listen to your mother if I were you.
А мы-то на скалу залезем? Ну, смотри, залезем, да.
Did Joseph's thieves really lug their stolen wares all the way out here? I think we found our thieves. They don't look happy to see me.
Гоблин принц, что? Ага, недвижим. Держи.
Let's get this over with.
Stop! Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Joseph? So the boy was right.
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you. She was worried you might have got yourself killed.
Have I been gone that long? It wasn't hard finding the thieves. The problem was knowing what to do with them when I did.
I take it things are more complicated than they appear.
I'd all but ruled out bandits before I even left the market. You know why that is? Because our thieves had no interest in gold or gems, or anything they couldn't eat for that matter. Add to that the rumors of goblins in the area, and the mystery practically solved itself. I soon found their cozy little homestead and all the missing food.
Ну, это отсылка на Геральда, по-моему.
Myself at them, full of righteous fury, but their leader was the only one who moved to meet me. The others, they huddled around that food, ready to die protecting it. They stole because it was that or starvation. I've been there myself, back when times were hard.
So you spared them? And earned their trust into the bargain by the look of it.
These goblins aren't native to the area. They don't know how to survive such barren lands, so I've been teaching them. And once they've learned to hunt and forage, they won't be fool enough to risk their necks in Boklad.
I'm impressed. I didn't know goblins could be reasoned with.
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. I'll head back to the market once my work here is done. Oh, and don't mention the goblins. I don't want people coming here brandishing pitchforks. Not now this lot have sworn off thieving.
Your secret's safe with me.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Это как бы небольшая проблема, а вдруг гоблины опасны в целом. У нас вот на родине гоблины вполне себе людей грызли. Нет? Кстати, о гоблинах, да? Ну, очень странная последовательность квестов, типа, не говоря о гоблинах, они типа нормальные. И тут на мужика нападают гоблины. Странная фигня.
You're going to get yourself killed. Oh, that would not do. That would not do at all. Not when such majesty stretches out before us. Behold, the final sin in all its glory. As Moss tells us, a battle was fought here in ancient times. A battle of such ferocity that it tore a great crater in the very land upon which it was waged. In reaching for their holy sanctum, did man enrage the gods, and great was the vengeance that was rained down upon him. Alas, the full truth of the matter is lost to time, though I live in hope that I might see it discovered. But we must not dwell upon such things. There is more yet to see. Onward! History awaits!
Честно, если так подумать, то дырка похожа на огромный кратер. Еще город не говорили? Нет, не говорили. Да, ну хорош, отвали. Как он дожил до своих лет?
Still in one piece.
It would seem so. Once more I am in your debt. And once more you impress me with your prowess. These were no ordinary foes, but ones we in the field call echoes. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to a wrath wrought upon mankind by the gods, he offers little in the way of explanation. Could the ruins we see before us here, in all their elaborate beauty, perhaps suggest an answer? Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered an encroachment upon the province of the divine? Alas, all is mere speculation. But one day, perhaps, I will learn the truth.
Not if you keep running headfirst into trouble.
You are right, of course. And not only have you plucked me repeatedly from the jaws of death, you have proven yourself a willing audience to my ramblings.
Glad to help, but didn't you say you came here to investigate something?
I fear I may have rather overstated the case on that front. In truth, a captive ear was all I really desired. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown somewhat weary of my musings of late. And so I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion. A captive audience, if you will.
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so. And now, my good man, it is high time we returned whence we came.
Fine. Just don't go running off this time.
Планы охерительные просто. Надежные, как швейцарские, мать твои, часы.
And so ends a delightful day. Here, your reward for humoring my selfish whims, plus a little extra for the trouble I have put you to.
Но награда знатная, конечно. Почти косарь опыта, 200 опыта. Ну, очков прокачки. Весьма и весьма богато.
Hurry, man. I must leave for the
Joseph's fine. We'll be back once he's tied up a few loose ends.
That's a weight off my shoulders.
Дайте ему лиды херни.
He certainly knows his business.
Они просто уменьшают время перезарядки.
He's all right. And I dare say they won't be coming back.
A good man to have around, that Joseph. And if he says there'll be no more thieving, that's good enough for me. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Here, for your troubles.
Который урон повышает, да, на 9%. Урон просто огонь.
I spoke to your friends. They'll be along soon.
That's fantastic news. Thank you kindly. It's been a while since we all sat down together. And the way I see it, that wine is as much theirs as it is my own.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't be serving anything but slops without Aldrich to go and fetch the good stuff for me. And then there's Milan, who always sends customers my way. And Bolek, an even-handed keeper of the peace, if ever there was one. Those three are the backbone of Boklad. Lose any one of them, and the market would soon fall apart. And without the market, I wouldn't have a single customer. I'd say that's worth a bottle of 66, wouldn't you?
And more besides.
Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Be they world-weary innkeepers or brooding swordsmen. Right. I'd better prepare for my guest's arrival.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of Gotan 66. If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord. I'll settle for a cup, though, if you're in a sharing mood.
A Gotan 66. Just as well I had something special of my own set aside.
A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrows, but it can't hurt.
Here they are, the free pillars of Boklad. Sit yourselves down, gentlemen. The woes of the world may be monstrous in many, but there's nothing like a few good friends to keep the misery
А
at bay.
тебе, мой друг, хер и моя большая благодарность за то, что позвал чуваку. Добрые дела. Да. Истинно так. Наконец-то можно доделать гребаный квест. Он все висит и висит.
People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
Great's fang is gone. The whole mother crystal gone.
Спасибо, работает. Ну, почти ему там отсыпают что-нибудь.
My reputation will be ruined. Ruined!
Calm yourself, Lord Ignac, I beg of you, before you do yourself a mischief.
Pardon the intrusion, but...
Out! Get out! I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be!
Please, allow me to apologize. His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of guests arriving unannounced.
Так вроде он меня ждет, нет?
Redeem! Get rid of the filthy oaf this instant!
Very good, Lord Ignac. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
That? Oh, no. That's just how his lordship is. Though the morning's events have left him somewhat fractious. He has been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable amount of coin. Coin the innkeeper will soon be keen to collect.
I don't suppose a certain blade was among the stolen items. A single-edged sword. It was purchased from a merchant friend of mine.
Ah, you know Lady Karen? Yes, I'm afraid it was.
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage. But I have one condition.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to
Мне больше всего интересно, то есть, блин, все квесты Блэкторда будут одни и те же, типа... У Харон была хорошая какая-то штука, он такой, ну я слишком гордый, чтобы просто взять ее и посмотреть, как она сделана. Я буду страдать в тишине и депрессухе. А потом попрошу Клайва, чтобы он сбегал и нашел мне эту штуку. Вместо того, чтобы сразу ее изучить.
The bandit's bed. Every ill-gotten coin in Dalamal is said to pass through that disreputable corner of the Valcroy.
And that's where I'm heading.
Здравствуй,
I shall
Могила.
speak to Lord Ignac in your absence.
ДНД субботний
Arrange
пропустил.
for an audience
У нас
upon your
ДНД уже
trial
закончилось.
return.
That will be very kind of you.
Farewell, and best of luck.
Наш кампейн уже закончен, мы же победили. Как финалка, не знаю, мне нравится в целом. Ибо Химмер требует спасения. Ага. новые компании будут. Ну, Дикий отдыхает, а нового мастера у нас что-то как-то нету. Я тупо по времени банально не успеваю. То есть мне как бы... Для себя хотя бы чуть-чуть отдохнуть хочется после работы. Ну, чутка. Вот. И получается, что времени на подготовку есть только на выходных. Да и то не на всех. Виталис вроде хотел, но у него тоже времени нету, там джабывает, как не знаю кто. Не, финалка хорошо, реально хорошо. Некоторые квесты, конечно, душные, что писец, но в целом... В целом хорошо.
We've got company. Come on, lads, let's tear the bastard's head off.
Да, некоторые дополнительные задания, они неплохо рассказывают о мире, что вопросов нет. Рассказывают о мире, персонажах, то есть, еще раз говорю, таким вот заданием не американские. А некоторые задания открывают доступ к всяким новым.
This must be Ignac's luggage. Nothing seems to be damaged.
Слушай, да.
Right. Let's get it back to
А,
Dallas.
то есть обратно мы его все-таки потараканим каким-то чудом, да? Ну ладно. Видимо, я беру с одного конца, Джилл с другого, и так тараканим через всю пустыню до Далимала.
I hear I have you to thank for the return of my effects. What shall I call you, my good man?
Wyvern. Glad to make your acquaintance.
A formidable name indeed. Well, Wyvern, I appear to be in your debt. Redeem here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right, speak.
Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, a true work of art, that one. Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword. It was made in the Outer Isles, far beyond the Twins, and is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believe no combat should ever exceed a single strike, and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does. Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and for that stroke only.
Ну да.
They crack upon a second blow. There's a brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
But how do they hone such an edge?
Fine
Так,
question.
завидите.
Why,
Если
they
не
use a
забуду, гляну потом.
whetstone, of course. Whetstones, rather. A whole array of them ranging from the coarse to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more. but it is the final stone which lends the blade
Надо
its
с Dogma 2.
legendary
Так она еще даже не вышла.
a mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours. And that is the key.
Да, даже дата анонса нет Dragon's Dogma 2. Как говорят, что он может быть хорошо. Ну, по трейлеру, да, хорошо.
Services rendered. Take this, together with my regards. The very stone of which I spoke, far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself, and a far more fitting payment.
Хотя по графону она там такая себе.
Pardon the intrusion, my lordship. However, it is long past time we prepared ourselves to depart.
So it is. I am locked in bitter competition with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel, but he is hard at my heels.
And there are many other collectors out there.
Too many to count, but only one do I consider.
Ну, я даже не сомневался, какой...
Lord Byron
Да, где на английском учти. Ну,
and is a
такое.
perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell, Wyvern. May our paths cross again. Radim, we mustn't dawdle.
I think his lordship is rather taken with you, Master Wyvern. Thank you again for your assistance. Coming, my lordship. I'll be right there.
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interesting rival. Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this whetstone, shall we?
Saints Row. Ну, Saints Row же херня. По сути, тот же GTA, только... наркоманисти.
Sorry for the wait, but hopefully you'll agree it was worth it.
You learned something about that sword, then?
I did better than that.
A whetstone?
Yes, but not one you'll find anywhere in Valisthea.
Последний центр, шедевр советую. Вот такой даже за деньги не сыграю.
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel. One hit and all done, eh? Might not be so bad if all you ever fought were duels. Good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
Even so, is there some way it could be used to give the curse breakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, I could probably even make a twin of the blade that rattled me. But there'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the curse breakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire piece. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil. But finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine, now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing, for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valisthean steel with an edge as sharp as any found in the Outer Isles. I won't make a copy, nah. I'll make something much better.
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just don't push yourself too hard.
Don't you worry about me, sunshine. I've been working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long gone. Hey, thanks, Clive. I mean it. I owe you one, August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
You'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You come and find me when you've got the materials.
All right. I will.
А что еще выделяет сенсор от GTA? Наркомания. Эскиз Экскалибур, ох, нифига себе. Поверите мне, я знаю, что такое сенсор. GTA даже близко не такой наркоманский, как он. Экскалибур, что надо? Шкура Грималкина. Мать моя женщина, что такое Грималкин? Ладно. Давайте на сегодня уже заканчивать. Пустенько. Сегодня такой филлерный эпизод получился. Много узнали о наших друзьях, о мире и прочей фигне. Но по сюжету не особо продвинулись. Охота у тебя? Ну, может, завтра с охоты как раз начнем. Знаешь, пару актеров пригласили звучать, когда Киана еще даже не думала о киберпанке, Саша Грей уже была. Я даже не удивлен. Серьезно. Я даже не удивлен. Так, это зарядилось, это зарядилось. Это, блин. Господи. Провода в провода. Ладно, дамы и господа, поздно уже, так что на сегодня, к сожалению, все. И помните, если вам понравилась трансляция, подписывайтесь на канал. Если вам очень понравилась трансляция, там есть группа ВКонтакте, ну и канал на Ютубе. Еще у нас есть Дискорд, не забывайте про наш Дискорд. Это очень важно. Так, давайте что-нибудь запись стоп, что-нибудь про добро из-под ТБ. Так, вот добро. Вот с-под ТБ. Всем спасибо за просмотр и доброй ночи. Вот так вот.